Alright, here we go. There we go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
It is.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Oh wait, no, not now.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
No, it's still an ending. It's still an ending because you can't really do anything else in the hole.
Sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Hey, Pun Master. Oh yeah, I'm gonna try to listen to all the narrator's dialogue.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed in front of your screen. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway. Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species.
Okay, now it's ended.
Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Alright.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office,
I haven't,
Stanley was
because
once again stunned
my-
to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark... Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Hey, Zenem. Yeah.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This
And if you don't
question
enter
would
the
not go
keypad, the
unanswered
narrator
for long.
just lets you go forward anyway. He'll just say, "The emergency system override," and he got the
Stanley
hell on
walked
with the
straight ahead
story.
through the large door that
Whoop-de-doo!
read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
4
Each bore the
monitors
number
blank,
of an
2 employees are
building.
fired.
Stanley's co-workers. The lives
And there's
of so
something
many
special about
individuals
that
reduced
one,
to images
about
on a screen,
one of the
and
monitors
Stanley,
from
one
that
of them, eternally
point.
monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it
I'm not even
monitored
gonna
and
waste time.
commanded
Let's
from
just get
this
through
very
this.
place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided...
I decide. Off!
blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
And that's the freedom ending. Explosion ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway.
Kill surprise. Even the narrator doesn't want to go through it again. All because I rushed him the first time.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
And that's the explosion ending. Hi, ZM. You want to be the narrator? So you want to watch over Stanley 24/7. I see, Corey. Cool.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Here's the door, just go. Maybe that's because I don't have BTTW emotes on.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours, so here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you.
Well, this is an ending,
to make
Corey.
it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. The railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
And that's that ending. Prescott Museum.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word Escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had
You got
every opportunity
46.
to turn
Cool,
around
CC.
and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making
missed
a
the underwhelming
conscious,
ending.
concerted effort
Ah,
to
I
walk
see.
forward and willingly confront his death.
Which one is that? The underwhelming ending. Which one was that again? Oh, I see that one. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, going through the new content door is an ending in itself.
And Stanley was
Especially because something different.
It reflected
You get it, especially when something else can happen.
He doesn't know the
You get a different ending as well when you take the bucket there as well. Because if you take the bucket and go through all of that again, the new content from the beginning, you effectively created a time paradox. Like the narrator goes, "Hang on, how'd you get that bucket? You're not supposed to have it right now." So yeah, it's basically it's a paradox ending, as it were.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated, as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying,
CC.
The first time round, it's underwhelming.
When every path you can
Wee, that actually.
in advance,
Did you guys saw that?
Meaningless, making life
yeah, I'm saying before you get the bucket, it's the overwhelming ending. And then if you try to do it again with the bucket, you then get a different ending, which I think is called, which is basically a time paradox. By taking the bucket through that ending again, you've effectively created a paradox because the narrator will wonder, hang on, where did you get that bucket? You're not supposed to have it right now.
Destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
Oh, I see. I called it the narrator wins before.
You can still save this,
but no, I think bucket
fail.
paradox. I think
Nintendos.
bucket paradox is a
There's
better
no other
name
way
for the
to
ending.
beat this game. As long as you
But that's
move
just
forward,
me.
you'll be
I
walking
think
someone
bucket
else's
paradox is
path.
better because
Stop
that is what
now.
you've
Your
done.
only true choice. Whatever you do,
Because that is
choose it.
effectively what
Don't
you've
let
done.
time
You've
choose
created a
for you.
paradox. You've effectively created a paradox. Anyway, museum ending has completed. Stanley crushed to death in an instant. We all love buckets, apparently. 2 buckets at the same time. That's not really an ending, though. That's just an Easter egg. That's not really an ending. It's just an Easter egg, CC. In my
All
opinion.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ah, I see. Okay. You knew. Okay. Pardon me.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley... Oh no,
Just
not
why
again.
not?
I won't be part of this. Coming to a staircase, Stanley
Now the
walks
next time round is going to be
upstairs his
boarded
boss's
up, the
office.
broom closet.
Here's the door, just go. Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question.
But
I
is
just
it the
can't wait
boss's
to find
office?
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. what a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat. Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again.
I love this. I really like this
How does he
ending.
keep coming up with all of this?
You can tell how sarcastic the narrator is being. It's just a lot of sarcasm with the narrator's voice.
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he? Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Another favorite ending of mine is the 8 ending. The 8 ending is also another favorite of mine. There's another ending I really like as well, but I can't think of it right now. What is it?
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a timeout.
I
here for a
love
minute
that
while
little
I process
cliche
this.
dramatic music. Bum bum bum.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process. All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Master Stanley.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
There's no voice lines if we go out.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh,
But
I
we know
simply
what
don't
it is
let
at the
that feeling
top.
go.
It's the
so
boss's
precious,
office.
so fleeting.
Right?
Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises? To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh good, we're here. Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere. Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door. All right. Are you ready?
I think this text box changes who talks about the Ultra Deluxe in the new content door.
Narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart.
So we'll see if it does, if that's the case.
I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
Stanley! And the press conference ending is complete. We're not doing the heaven ending yet.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oops.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm trying to watch snooker at the same time.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of
the
disbelief,
broom
Stanley
closet.
decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door.
That's right, narrator. We're not listening to you. We've escaped from your clutches. It is goodbye for this plum complex as Stanley makes his thrilling escape. Corey, if you want to know the name of the narrator, the voice of the narrator in this game is called Kevin or Kevin Brighting. Escape pod launch bay. Goodbye, narrator. We are escaping.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ah, okay. It's after the choices one. Oh, we got the longer hallway.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open
Yeah, that
doors,
makes sense.
he
Putting the
entered
heaven
door on
ending
his
with the
left.
whiteboard ending.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. "I'm dreaming!" he yelled. "This is all a dream." Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was
Speedrun.com
amazed he
all
hadn't
endings
asked himself
requirement have
sooner.
42 endings, in which
Why
one of them
is
is the
there a voice in
disco.
my head dictating
But the
everything
disco
that
is
I'm
not an
doing and
ending,
thinking?
though. It's just an
Now
Easter
the
egg.
voice was describing itself
That's
being
not an
considered by
ending. That's an
Stanley,
Easter
who
egg.
found it
It's not an
particularly
ending
strange.
because you can
I'm
continue
dreaming
with,
about a voice
you know,
describing me,
with the
thinking
game.
about how it's describing my thoughts.
It should only be
he thought.
considered an ending when
And while he
you
thought it all very odd,
when you,
and wondered if this voice
can't really
spoke to
do
all
anything
people in their
anymore.
dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake
room
right
closet
now
and whiteboard
as he's
endings
ever
are
been in his
exceptions.
life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley.
And I know you.
After all,
I mean, there is
he
also the
certainly
fact that you
beyond a
can
doubt
get to the
that this
ground
was, in fact,
to
a
get to the
dream.
bottom of the
Did the voice
cargo
not see him
of
float
the
and make the
storage
magical
unit
stars just a
in
moment ago?
where the
How
cargo
else would the
lift
voice
is.
explain all that?
But you can only do
This
that during
voice
the
was a
choices
part of
ending.
himself too, surely.
The only thing on
Surely,
offer
if he
there
could
is
just-
the
He would
the
prove
apart
it.
is
He
the
would prove that he was
music.
in control, that this was
is the
a dream.
music Easter egg down
So he
there.
closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up.
I don't
He
really
felt
consider
the
that
cool
one an
weight of the
ending.
blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one.
But yeah, no. Even if you couldn't
Let me
continue
wake
with the
up,
game as such,
thought
I
to
don't.
himself.
I don't consider the
I'm
disco
through with
room
this dream.
an ending.
I wish it to be
It's just
over.
an Easter egg. The
Let me
disco
go back
room.
to my job. Let me
Even if
continue
you couldn't
pushing the
continue on,
buttons.
would not
Please.
consider it an ending.
It's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job.
Anyway.
All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Hello, Inna. I'm showcasing
woke up
all
on a day
46
like any
endings
other.
I have found
She
in this
rose,
game.
got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work.
I tried to do this
But on
yesterday, but I
particular
started
day,
way too
her
late
walk
and
was interrupted
got
by
too
the body
tired to
of a
finish.
man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments,
Us
she
Brits called the
considered strange
sidewalk
man.
the pavement.
He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like.
Ooh,
And in
that's
that
nice to
moment,
hear, Inna.
she thought to
Hope
herself
you have fun
how
with
lucky
it.
she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Insanity ending. Now it's time to jump out the window. Window. Window.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just restart the game any old time you want. Like, right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
Really?
There once
Interesting.
was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing
There's two
along,
endings for this segment,
you
by the
too
way.
will become quite unbearable.
Which is, you know, both options of the question.
You
Are you
too
sick of this gag yet?
Will
Yes.
become
Yes
quite
and no.
unbearable.
We can. after a while, the music stops playing. The music stops playing, but, you know, other than that, there's no other narration. I should have pointed out in the segment's name that this is a different end. There's two endings.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Oh, the end is
what
never.
Could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-worker. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
So we're now
Okay,
coming up to
I'm over
10
now.
endings
What do you
now.
think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you
Are you
think
sick of
would
this
have
gag
happened
yet?
if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other options so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Cheers. Window completed. Now the reluctant ending.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Confusion ending.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all. When Stanley came to a set of two open, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
No, we're not going back on track.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, Well, from here it's left. Oh no, no, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way. No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay.
Hey guys, look! It's the Microsoft paperclip!
Who am I kidding?
Microsoft paperclip!
Rubbish.
Way!
The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
It is,
this
yeah.
time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, hmm? Okay, from the top.
The Microsoft paperclip. That is where the story is, but obviously you're not supposed to be there already. You're not supposed to be there already with everything lit up.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
It's funny because the
Perhaps
adventure
he
line
missed a
takes
memo.
us back to the place where the story is, and yet the narrator did not like it.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything.
So the
should-
adventure line did do what it was
Something
requested,
changed.
but the narrator was not
Stanley,
happy with it.
Did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or...
Hold on. Why am I asking
asking
you?
you.
I'm the one who wrote the story.
It was right here
I
just
love
a
that
minute
line
ago.
from the
I
narrator.
know for sure
Hold
that
on.
it's here somewhere.
Why am I asking you?
Okay, then.
I'm the one who wrote the
It's an
story.
adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Are we in a loop or something? Hey, Aaron. Oh.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
Well, it's not a speedrun, it's
Well, I
more of a
find it unlikely that
showcase.
we'll ever progress by starting
more or less
over and over
showcasing all the
again,
endings.
But it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone.
And yes, I'm
What
gonna
could
do
it
the
mean?
baby game ending
Stanley decided
again.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I am gonna do the baby game ending fully.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
I said I was showcasing all the endings I found, and the baby game is an ending. Even if it's 4 hours, or 3 minutes 55.
Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this?
You win!
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time, I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that? You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Look, it's the mask from Payday.
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything. Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
The door glitches if you try to close it.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
I hope you guys didn't mind me, like, looking down at the line all the time. I wanted to make it interesting.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us?
But it found the story for us, narrator.
We make up our own story?
It actually found the story.
Exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Even the word "it" was trademarked because it referenced this line.
A choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing. Wall.
8.
Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really... No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Confusion ending completed. Now the tape recorder. This is a bit tricky to get to, actually. If you haven't started collecting the fig leaves.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Okay, here we go. Yay.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun.
The narrator was a recording? All this
You
time.
didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad.
It wouldn't
What you've
matter,
done to me,
Aaron.
this is all your fault.
What do you mean it's my fault, narrator? Okay, platform jump. Corey, you want Corey, I know you don't like this sort of thing, so you may want to look away for these upcoming endings.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open... This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Literally, we're gonna make Stanley kill himself
Perhaps
twice.
he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire.
Twice?
The
No, I
lounge
think
was
3 times in a row we're gonna be
work of
killing
art.
Stanley.
But eager to get
Yeah,
back
3
to
times
business,
in a row we're
Stanley
gonna
took
kill
the first
Stanley.
open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years
Bye-bye.
ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Wow. Too bad he's dead, because he can't hear you say that, narrator. We still haven't got the blue office yet, which is concerning to me.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Yes, it's just a matter of time.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first... But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Sorry to break it to you, Stanley, but that lift isn't coming back. You'd best either get comfortable right here on this platform, or test your luck by jumping to the floor below. You know what? Looking at it now, it's not that far to the bottom floor. I bet you can make it.
No.
Come on. I'm sure you'll survive the jump. Don't tell me you're scared. That's not the Stanley I know. Do it! 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 Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
Okay, on that occasion, the narrator influenced Stanley to jump off and die. On that occasion, the narrator influenced him.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you, but in his...
I missed the catwalk. Ah! I missed the catwalk. Oh well. Sorry. It would have been great
Was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself.
if we'd gotten the blue
Days?
office. That would have been
Centuries?
awesome.
Did something crucial
It would have been
happen
funny
while
if we
my
got the blue
senses were
office
turned?
though.
He made a note to be more careful with time from when Stanley came
Well,
to a set
Aaron,
of 2 open
at
doors.
one
This
point
was
we may
not the
have to
correct way the
restart a
meeting
bunch
room,
of times
and
to get
Stanley
the
knew it
blue
perfectly
office.
well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Again, this is not a speedrun. It's just quick.
Stanley was
It's
so
just a
bad at following
showcase. This
directions,
is a
it's incredible he
showcase.
wasn't fired years ago.
Alright, let's try again, shall we?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that
I need to go to the toilet soon, which I'll do before entering the baby game.
The story has been about nothing but you. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right... No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley. No! Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a... No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for... My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
No, Stanley hates the narrator, not me.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back. All of it?
Okay, I'm going to the toilet. I'll be back soon. Oh yeah, that reminds me. We need the BRB music.
Holy mackerel!
Okay, here I am. I've returned. Okay, what was I doing? Okay, yeah, that's right.
His co-workers were gone. What could it
Time for the
mean?
baby game
Stanley
ending.
decided to go to the
Yes,
meeting
we're gonna
room.
be here
Perhaps
for
he had
about,
simply missed
yes,
the memo.
4 hours. Hope you're ready, everyone.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take
Let's
a
hope
stab
so,
in the
Aaron,
dark at
yeah.
a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now,
I
tell
think
me
2
about
is the
your experience
shortest,
with this new
has the
version.
shortest
Would you say
narration.
that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Oh, well, now this is useful. You didn't like it, but you didn't totally hate it either. You enjoyed it, perhaps is the correct term. It didn't cause you excruciating pain. Big steps we've made here today, Stanley. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look. Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on. And now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left to walk.
Here we go, everyone.
You click the button to move him back
4
to the
hours.
point, and if he reaches the fire, you
Well,
fail.
2 hours with
It's
just
a
the
very
baby, and then the
meaningful
puppy
game,
joins
all about
later.
the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game
that's
only
right.
becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Yeah, we have to wait up for 2 hours. Or, specifically, 1 hour 55.
That's disturbing.
I'm just watching the World Snooker Championship in the background. But I can also respond to you guys on chat. It's been over 3 minutes. Sorry, Professor, but I'm showcasing every ending. Unless you guys are completely fine with me not finishing this ending, since I've done it before. Are you guys okay with me if I continue with the rest of the endings? And just count the baby game ending right now? Or do you guys think I should play this all out? Can we do a vote? Can we get a poll going? Corey, can you set up a poll? Should I stop the baby game ending and count it? Let me try. Oh, here we go, here we go. Hang on, guys, hang on. I can do it. I will let this poll go for 10 minutes, for 2 minutes. Here we go, I made a poll. Finish the baby game? Yes or no? 2 minutes. Vote now. I know I said I would finish it, but, yeah. Three votes for no so far. No one gonna vote for yes? I think we've got 1 minute left. You gotta vote for yes. The winner is no. Okay. We are not finishing the ending.
You heartless bastard.
We are gonna count, but we'll still count it as me completing the
I
ending.
don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely...
Hey, I asked you guys if you wanted me to
So
continue.
awful. Why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
My face cam froze.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
There we go.
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to
Hey,
play as
Professor.
a creepy man, spying on innocent civilians.
So this is
below you
face.
from
This is
up high in your
Firewatch.
creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
People are allowed to vote what they want to vote in her.
Oh no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Rocket League.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
How about new?
Hold on. What are you doing?
Zero, Professor? Zero?
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Zero. I'm sorry to hear, Professor. By the way, Professor, you can, if it bothers you, like remaking one me over and over again, you can simply, you can, like, you know, make an exact replica of a me, and they will have a completely different, and they will have different tastes for food. Like, you can just make a duplicate, and they will have a difference in food taste.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if
Yeah,
he's happy with his choice.
that surprised me as
And
well,
learn
Aaron,
the heavy
because in
cost
the
that comes with it.
2013 version
You'll
of this
understand soon
game,
what I was trying to tell
Minecraft
you.
and Portal
You need
was in place of the
Someone
two
who will
games.
wrap everything up at the
You
end
first went
to
into
make sense out of
Minecraft, and the
chaos
narrator
and
builds a
fear
house, and then you go
confusion.
mining
That's
and
who
get
I
stuck
am.
in the mine.
That is what I
And then the
mean to
narrator
this
takes you to Portal,
world. Yes,
where
I'm
you
back
complete the
in
first
my
puzzle,
way.
the puzzle in the
Once
first
this
room.
ends, after it
Which,
all
by the
comes to a
way,
close,
you can actually
then I'll be back.
get trapped.
The end
You
will
can
be
actually
here
get
soon.
stuck in the first room as well, just
Very
like in
soon.
normal Portal.
I can wait.
I'm pretty sure in a normal speedrun for the Stanley Parable, even though you're trying to do like all endings and such, you don't have to do the baby game ending. I'm pretty sure. Okay. Oh, instead of... Oh, yeah, that's right. Settings. I forgot. You just gotta keep, deleting and remake the Mies, Professor.
This was not
I
the
guess you
correct
can
way to
just
the
only
meeting room,
delete and
Stanley
remake.
knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No, we're not.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha! Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in my story now. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work.
How do you know he's calling you out,
sorry for
Corey?
him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Hey, Mira.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end. that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Uh-oh. Corey!
All of his co-workers were gone.
Corey!
What did it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
Thank you, Corey. Well done. Good job.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. Oh, no, you can't... Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly?
Did you just unplug
I didn't even
the
know that
phone?
was possible. Let me double check.
Obviously, if you waited for the narrator to finish, he'll say he would have a different narration. As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him with hope.
Music comes in, fade to white, roll
Relevant,
credits.
but with hope.
Not
Hope
picking
for a
up the
life
phone is
reunited.
actually
What?
somehow an
Wait,
incorrect course
oh
of action.
goodness.
How is that
Stanley,
even
did you
possible?
just unplug
None
the
of these
phone?
decisions were supposed to mean anything.
No, that wasn't
I don't
supposed to be a
understand.
choice. How did
How
you
on
do
earth
that?
are you making meaningful choices? What did you...
No,
Wait
I
a
prefer
second.
this one though.
Did
Oh
I just
no,
say-
no, no, no! You can't.
No, that's
Did you
not
just
possible. I
unplug the
can't
phone?
believe it. How had I
That
not
wasn't
noticed
supposed to
it
be a
sooner?
choice. How did you do
Lord
that?
Stanley,
You actually
you're a real
chose
person.
incorrectly.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person, but if used incorrectly can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please. Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality. Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
Why?
I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Sorry, I'm watching the World Snooker Championship.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Ew.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find another. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Night Shark 115. If you can somehow hear it.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall. I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide.
Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
That's done. Now let's get the Heaven and Whiteboard ending before we get on to new content. So I now have to keep resetting until I get the whiteboard. Come on, game. Give me the whiteboard ending. Damn, Corey. Come on, narrate. Come on, game. Where's the whiteboard ending? Okay, Aaron, have a good night's sleep. Why can't we get the blue?
All of this.
Why can't we get the blue office for the whiteboard ending? At this point, I don't think we're getting the whiteboard ending anytime soon. So do I just go ahead and go through the new content door? No. Okay, I'm not going to keep resetting. Let's just go ahead
All of
for the
this
new
co-workers
content
were
ending.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided
Actually,
to go
hold
to the
up.
meeting room.
There we go. Is it? No, hold on. No, I'm gonna keep resetting. I'll keep resetting. Never mind. Let's just continue. So I'm still missing the whiteboard ending. That I know.
The meeting room? Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again. Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
So I didn't click on the tick box on the whiteboard when I did the press conference ending. We're on to the bucket stage. Not yet. Not yet, Professor. We're about to, but we're getting there.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable.
So
Ultra
that's what the
Deluxe.
tick does on the
As you may
whiteboard.
know, the Stanley Parable
You get a
is
different
video game
you
released
get a
in
different
2013 on home computers.
pronouncer for
After receiving
this.
critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
We're getting close to the bucket stage.
Please
Don't worry, everyone.
step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, here we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious.
I'm not
It's
going
as
to
if
use up all the jumps on the jump
okay.
circle.
Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle. Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary.
Oh!
20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30
Someone from
trillion.
TH,
You
thanks
could
for the
put that on
follow.
box. The
Sorry, I just
Stanley
saw.
Parable
I'm
Ultra
just watching
Deluxe,
snooker
now with over
in the
1,000
background.
hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes, I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, No gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend? Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Okay, this looks a bit sus. Yes, I know. I made an Among Us reference. I hope you're happy. I really thought there was going to be an Among Us reference somewhere in this game when I first saw...
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it...
I know, Professor. I know. I saw the clip of it.
Where I've been storing all my favorite
there was also a
snooker.
There was also a snooker question as well. I wish I knew what it was though, because I wanted to have seen if I could have answered it.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap Nintendo Switch port? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste. And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content. Here's another moving passage. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices.
This is where we find out the narrator is easily triggered by bad reviews of the game.
The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the Nintendo Switch. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise. These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no, oh God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them. Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customers.
Only positive reviews.
Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full... Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about... But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they
That's from the game, Professor.
The end is never the end, 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 is...
And that's the skip button ending done.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Bucket time! It's bucket time!
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this Ultra Deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features. A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Bucket!
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2. Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already. Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to
I'm going to collect
stifle
all
the
28
intrinsic
here.
joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your... God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game
Infinite
and then
hole.
they give you a
It
big
won't
fancy
end.
reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Now for the quote-unquote infinite hole ending.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Whee!
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend...
Oh yeah,
you
this
use
is the one. This
teleport
ending
button
I
to go
love
back
as
to the
well.
top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Why would that be, narrator? What do you have to hide?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Nope.
Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
Whee!
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see
How is this
scratching
still
the itch.
appealing to you?
Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
I pressed it.
Is the, teleport button not working? You sure?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
The narrator's just ditched Stanley. The narrator just ditched Stanley.
It's a win.
Yes,
for
Corey.
everyone.
Stanley
You get
can't
to be
jump.
in the hole, I get to
Not
do
unless he's in the
literally
jump
anything
circle,
else.
which he's not.
Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole.
He's like,
have a wonderful
oh, what's... Oh, I got a solution. Bye-bye. He just leaves Stanley here forever. How is this still appealing to you? I just love that. How is this still appealing to you? Ah, but look what happens. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're going lower. We're going lower. I'm not going to change perception. I want to keep the music. Oh, we have to. Oh, we had to anyway.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer.
Reality. Puppies? Change yourself. It's so weird seeing Stanley in these different versions. Error.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley! Oh good, you're awake. It seems you
It
had
was a
some dream
dream!
there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it.
I
won't
thought you
miss
left
a
us.
single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Toodle-pip. Who says that nowadays? Toodle-pip. I like how one of the models for Stanley there was said error, which obviously refers to Gmod when you don't have like specific textures. Oh yeah, I forgot to press.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
We can't access the Infinite Hole exhibition anymore. In fact, it changed it to mostly Infinite Hole.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? but the Stanley Parable 2. Now that's an artistic statement, right? All right. Have you seen everything you wanted?
Not yet, Corey.
Ready to move on now?
Mm-hmm. I'm ready to move on, narrator.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to
I forgot to check the epilogue.
All the magic of
but I think we'll be
first
fine.
game. I wanted fans
think we'll
to
be
love
fine.
it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay.
And I forgot to get
of the original.
Bombscosity.
Wait,
no, I'm
maybe
just
that's
showcasing
it.
the ending. We don't need
I can take the
Bombscosity.
original Stanley Parable and
I
simply,
doubt.
well, insert a few of my new features.
Oh
in
yeah,
it.
we can't even access it because I didn't go for
With
settings
respect,
world champion.
With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Now the bucket is in the game.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley picked up the bucket.
Here we go, bucket time. First stop is the broom
Stanley
closet.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I still haven't got the whiteboard ending.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the
You know, I
pressure
really
that the
should
broom
keep track
closet
of
is
the
putting on your
endings.
shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined.
1, 2, 3,
Wait.
4.
Now the
5,
broom
6,
closet has the gall to
7,
imply that you and the
8,
bucket
10,
are not truly deep and
11,
lasting
12,
friends,
13,
that your
14,
relationship
15,
is purely
16.
superficial and convenient,
We'll count the
that your
baby
life
game
is
as
so
17,
banal and meaningless
18,
that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards
19,
any inanimate
20.
object
We only got
which
the
happened to
heaven
lay
one,
in your
21,
path in an
22,
even
23,
partially
24.
enticing manner. Well, I've
25.
never. Go
So
on,
now we're
Stanley.
on to 26.
Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through
It's good to
each
keep
of them
track
point
on how many
by
endings we
point.
did.
Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket, as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it. Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take our hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Well, that's it. Now let's continue.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these.
Yep,
only
timer.
the intrinsic pleasure.
I want to get through the endings as quick as possible, but,
that
you
sort
know,
of happiness,
just to
Stanley.
clarify,
God knows I've
this is
tried.
not
So,
a speed
I implore
run.
you to savor each and every moment
This is not
you
a
come
speed
across
run.
one of these beautiful figurines. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket...
And no, Jules, I didn't do the baby game ending. I was going to, but then I asked my chat if they wanted me to do the entire baby ending or not. I actually set up a 2-minute poll, and the response was no, so I've still counted the baby game ending, but I didn't do it.
Stanlerines. Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
So, 3 out of 6 Stanley figures. We're not doing the figure ending with the Figly ending until we get to comedic timing. Until we've completed comedic timing.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
I hope so.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door.
Oh, Corey!
Mind
This is like you and your
facility.
froggy and your frog plushie. Your little froggy.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
I'm just saying that you and your Froggy plush, you two are just like Stanley and the bucket right now. You two are just like Stanley and the bucket right now.
Want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket
that's
tighter.
it, that's it.
His one friend in the
I forgot what
entire
was the
world.
name of your
At this
plushie.
point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking,
Oh, teddy bear.
eating, working,
Okay, my
all
bad,
of it
Corey.
monitored and
I said
commanded from
Froggy
his
because
very
I know how
place.
much you love
And
frogs.
as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine... Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth.
Sneeze in
Both of
every
them wanted to
country on
begin
Earth.
watching a movie, any
Oh my
movie,
God.
but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
No!
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Well, that's that. Trapped. Completed. So instead of freedom, it's trapped. Still no whiteboard.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Hello, Mifa.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
Oh no!
Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intention.
Well, let's see if I can name some of the birds. Seagulls, flamencos,
the metal genius in
unknown,
the one who had
and a
pointed
Delhi
towards
penguin. Can't name that one.
And the bucket never
Neither that
found
one.
freedom because they spent the
Nor
rest of their
those.
lives
Nor
here
that.
in this place,
Geese,
living through live
goose.
streams of the
I think it's a
silliest
goose.
birds
And that's a
imaginable.
geese.
Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely
Owl,
the best. And
duck,
Stanley was happy.
parrot. Those are the birds I could name. Anyway. I still haven't got the whiteboard ending yet for some reason.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Like, the blue office is yet to
Stanley
spawn.
decided to go to the meeting room. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
That's RNG for you. Yep, it is.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I'm not going to turn on the lights on the monitor room. I'm just going to jump straight down.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Jump storage glitch. Oh, I think so, yeah.
But just as Stanley was about
Oh
to
yeah, that's
proceed
right. That was
further
another
into the mind
ending, number
control
28.
facility, he tripped and fell over the ring
Now we got another
into
one,
the
so we're
dark
on
void
29.
below.
Are you
Thankfully,
talking
he fell
about
directly
the
onto the
storage
bucket, which
room
safely
during the
cushioned his
choices
fall.
ending, jumping down,
Now,
then going
what to
outside
do
and
next,
listening to the
Stanley
music?
wondered.
That one I'm
Stanley
aware
and
of.
the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here. A bit cold, perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well.
This is
and a
so
sort of
weird, this
kitchenette
ending.
that was useful for when
This
the
is
bucket
really
was craving
weird.
convenience. But it wasn't until the
You can have the
rugs
jump
and
circle
standing
effect beyond the
lamps came in that it
circle.
really started to
Oh, that!
In fact,
I
after
did
some time,
actually...
Stanley realized that
No,
it had
I am
been
aware of
ages
that
since
one,
he had
yes,
even
I
thought of the
am.
mind
I
control
found it
facility.
in the Crows
He'd never gotten to
Discord
fully explore
server
what was up
that I
there,
joined
never been
briefly.
able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility.
I plan to utilize
This
that
magic
glitch.
will begin
I
to
do plan
feature
to
him.
utilize that
Soon he
glitch, by
was
the
dwelling
way,
on his regrets,
to
and
see
the
if I
state of their
can
home slowly
to discover
decayed
more
as Stanley became withdrawn, and they
potential
kept
out
the
of
key.
bound areas.
It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail.
I hope I can
All
jump
Stanley
over
could
like
think of, all
barriers
he
and
could talk
such,
about was
because
going
that would be
back,
amazing.
doing it over again, staying
But I
on
just
the
wonder
path.
if the
It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator
Took
says.
us in the
I
speedrun
need to
server
see the
off of
true
our feet.
ending. This made no sense.
Yeah,
at
I
all
can
to the
imagine.
bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable.
By the way, Mifa,
This
I
isn't
just
an
want to
ending.
clarify, I'm not.
is just
This
a
is
hole in the
not a
ground.
speed run. I'm just
But
simply
True.
getting through all the endings that I
It's where
found
we
as
happen to be.
as quick
And
as
maybe,
possible.
possibly,
I'm
if
just
we accept
showcasing all of the
reality
endings
things,
here.
Maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket
And so
was
far, I
thinking.
have found 46
The
endings,
two of
which
them waited for a
I
very long
think is
time.
all the endings in the game, but I can't say for certain if 46 is all of the endings. But that's all the endings I have managed to find myself before going on to the server. No whiteboard.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I don't think 88 is... I don't think that's it.
Coming to a
I think
staircase,
Stanley Parable
Stanley
8
and
is the
bucket
only
walked
one.
upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding
I see.
him? Yes.
I
This
see,
is certainly
Mifa.
the most logical explanation.
I assumed... Makes sense, because, I mean... Who's gonna sit through the entirety of the baby game ending, for starters? Who's gonna sit through that entirety ending in one run? I was going to, but then I did a little vote on my chat, and everyone said, just keep playing the game, don't bother with the baby ending. But I did do it in a, but I did do the baby game ending.
Mind control facility.
Oh, with and without. Oh, thank goodness. Oh my god, I just realized I made a mistake. We have to go back to the beginning. I meant to go to the museum. It's with the baby game ending. Damn. Damn, Ether. Nope, still no blue
All his
office.
co-workers were gone. What
Oh, but this is, but we
Stanley
do
decided
have
to
the
go to
left
meeting.
turn.
Perhaps Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled.
We got the left turn
He'd
instead of
never
the
be
right
alone again,
turn.
Not truly alone. Not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
That's a good thing to mention as well. The disco room is not really an ending, it's an Easter egg.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his
Museum
manager's
ending,
office,
don't forget
Stanley was
that.
once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
I suppose I could technically, I suppose I could submit this, you know. I could submit this as the, all endings without baby game ending. I suppose I could do that.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true
Buckets
that all
of the
buckets
bucket
rage
is
into
so
their own
precious
way,
in this
but
game.
This one stood
Who would have
above the
thought?
rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold. Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket
I can't wait
like
to
this
jump over
and
those
to claim it
barriers.
for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble? No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket. But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Well, that's the museum ending. No.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is it the good old bucket? Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Press conference time.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Free, 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 free.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over.
Oh.
Well, he said, the number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator. Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
Oh.
A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again?
Yes.
No, 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 said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing. Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you.
Sadly, that's true.
And began to wail on it like a musician.
Sadly, that is
on a
true,
beloved
CC.
instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
I did reach A rank in bowling. Football, I'm C- right now, but I'm having a really hard time winning matches, to be honest. I'm not sure if I really want to go for A rank for every other sport. Sorry, pardon me. Whoa! Needed a bit of a stretch. Wow! Anyway, new ending now.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work. For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life. This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Nice.
There was no one here.
Nice one,
Nobody had
Professor.
come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable
Indeed,
normalcy
Professor.
of loneliness.
Alright, escape pod ending. But will we get the whiteboard ending? Because we still haven't got that bloody ending yet. Okay, this is different.
All of his co-workers.
We got a different layout. We got a different setting now.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
You didn't remember that press conference ending? Well, now you saw it, Professor.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his...
Oh, I didn't focus. Okay, the one I'm about to do. Okay, and I lost my concentration for a second. Whoopsie, whoopsie.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase,
Okay, let's
Stanley
focus
the
and
bucket
not
walked
mess it up this
upstairs
time.
to the boss's office. Stepping in.
Escape pod. We need to get out of here and quick. Stairs. We just got one more floor. Kung Fu Panda. Stanley, what are you doing? He let the bucket go. He let the bucket escape, leaving him behind. Stanley, your sacrifice will not go unnoticed. We need to begin the game again because the bucket is not there. He could fit in, Professor, but for some reason Stanley decided to give up the bucket. By the way, yes, you have to restart so you can get the bucket again.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like?
Replacement
It was a
bucket.
computer, perhaps, and a painting.
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Right, insanity ending.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think,
Figlies is
Sam?
perfect.
What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley.
Oh.
Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating,
What?
which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious,
What?
he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone
Well, I know what
truly
happens
mad.
here.
Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
I know, it's a bit cringe, isn't it? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone, if it's cringe.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular
Why is the
day,
cursor
her
still
walk was
there?
interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented
Charming-ish.
if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at
Did I
home in
even put the
first
escape
place.
pod ending?
How
I don't think
cruel
so,
the
no.
world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Nope, still no blue office.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
8.
Stanley decided to go to the
8.
meeting room. The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that Stanley...
Yeah, this ending is
Stanley clung the bucket to his
weird beyond
Could his
imagination.
co-workers really all be gone?
This ending is weird beyond imagination.
Whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
This is...
My God, Stanley, you
what
did it.
the fuck
You
is
saved
this
us from the
ending?
bucket.
This
Thank
ending
God
is
you
so
already
messed
had
up.
all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
So bloody weird. It's so weird, the ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Oh, to the left.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps the bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and
Intervention
a better co-worker.
time.
In time, perhaps, he would become both of those. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
And yes, hello, Schnabel. Sorry I didn't say hi to you when you first showed up.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together
Room
here because
closet,
we care about
the
you
serious
very much.
room,
It's this
the
bucket you're carrying
quote-unquote
around
Stanley's
everywhere.
quote-unquote wife,
The bucket
his
isn't even
computer,
from
the
original
baby,
Stanley
the
Parable.
fern.
It's just sequel content.
Even the
We're
fern
the ones
is
that
here.
matter, Stanley. Classic
And the
characters
adventure
from the
line, oh
first
yeah.
game, like the adventure line and the broom closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the adventure line? We could make the adventure line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then.
Oh my
Let's do it for the
God.
fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Give something up? What? I like the narrator's attempt to laugh at that dialogue.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition
Ginger.
to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also
No,
was
I
not in the
didn't,
original
Corey.
game, but it's such
Shush.
a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Penultimate. That technically yes,
Now listen to
but
me.
the 8 ending
It's
is going to
crucial
be
that
the
you give
last
it the
one.
bucket.
The
I
8
don't
ending
know
is
what
going to be the
Bucket
last.
Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows.
I can't give it to
That
it.
is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Uh-oh.
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
I would have thought the narrator had that much passion for something that is meant to destroy something else. Tape recorder buckets time. Can we also get the whiteboard ending, please, game? I would love the whiteboard ending. Please give it to us. Oh, no. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Really? That sucks. when the narrator was doing the was playing as the bucket, Schnabel. Yeah. A tape recorder.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling.
Oh, I see.
And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms.
I wonder if this is
Why
Stanley speaking all this.
Feels so.
Is this Stanley? I'm pretty sure this is Stanley, isn't it?
What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket.
Well, not to the chocolate factory,
because
Stanley.
as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back.
Sorry.
Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Well, I mean, we don't know for sure if that was Stanley or not, but I assume it is. Okay, platform jump. Platform jump and cold feet with the bucket. Oh, you give us the short haul office, but not the blue one. Okay, thank you, game. Thank you, game, for not giving us the whiteboard ending still.
The correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Right.
All of his
The end is never.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace. Protective, yet delicate. Assertive, yet compact. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Well, from here, it looks like the only way forward is down, since the lift won't be coming back, but that's okay. You've got a bucket. Did you know that buckets are routinely used as cushioning devices? It's true. You can fall on a bucket from literally any height and survive.
You sure?
I'm serious, Stanley. Jump. Jump with the bucket. I promise you'll live. I extra double promise that you can land on the bucket and not die. Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
The narrator actually encourages Stanley to jump off if you get the cold feet version of the platform jump. Ah, messy office.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Still no blue
What could it
office.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Ah, Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he would ever truly need. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Notice how the narrator didn't... We didn't interrupt the narrator, despite the fact we jumped off the cargo lift.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point.
What?
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
The end is never. The end is never. It's a game show.
I'm going to run you through some test scenarios.
Is this a bucket?
And you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simply
I
that.
know which are
This
the
should
correct
tell us
answers,
everything
by the
you'll
way.
ever need to know about what is or is not.
Which, by the way, doesn't make a difference to the ending. You just get different, like, narration lines.
Item 1. Is this
So it doesn't really matter what you select here. But I know all the correct answers.
correct? It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
No, that's... Okay, that wasn't a bucket, apparently.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
I remember when I first played this, it confused the hell out of
It
me.
is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Buckets impersonating buckets? How could they?
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
This is a bucket.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be
It's
honest,
more
I just
funny
sort
if
of
you
put this
say
one in
that
here
that
as
is a
an
bucket.
idiot, but I was
It's
starting
more
to get
funnier if
concerned
you
that
select
even
yes.
This might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
It's a lot more funnier if you say yes, that's a bucket.
Is this a bucket?
Yes, it is.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Somehow that tractor is a bucket.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
That was a trick question.
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless... Is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
No.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
You're not.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
Thanos snap, just like that.
What happened? Is everything gone?
The narrator literally just Thanos snapped.
Was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket.
Really?
Oh God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket.
Okay.
But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
And that's that ending. Apartment ending with the bucket. And can we get the blue office, please, game? Please? You've given us the longest hallway, the opposite turn at the beginning. No, okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No, surely not.
No.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
The Lost Figley is in that
bucket.
very small room
Go
where
to
the
meeting room. Go somewhere else.
red and blue
The
door
cargo
is,
lift, yes.
by the
Good.
way.
Said the
But I'm
bucket.
saving that for
Now ride the
later.
lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Because that ending is
Stanley did
actually
not question why
an
or how
ending
this
you
bucket
can't
was
return
fitted.
to.
It should have alarmed.
This game
of course,
does
it was
actually
bucket
have
fault.
some endings
Stanley
where
chose
you
not to
can't
think about this
repeat
obvious
unless you
fact.
start a new
He was
save
firmly
file.
convinced that the bucket had spoken
Like
to
the
him,
new
and
content
he
doors, for
unthinkingly did
example.
whatever the bucket asked.
And the figurine one, the Figley ending is also a non-repeatable one.
In here.
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe
Oh,
the
you
bucket
can
could
press
speak
this.
to him.
I didn't know you can press this. Where's the bucket? Oh, there it is. Hey, Ginger.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship.
It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal. It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid.
I don't like where this is going.
Moving an amount of water from one.
I don't like where this is going.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on?
This is really messed up, man.
Bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Okay. Go back to work, Stanley. That was just weird. Who would have thought a bucket would impact a game like this so heavily? I haven't got the whiteboard ending yet.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly.
I haven't got the whiteboard
Was it a
ending
sign
yet,
of something?
Jules.
He hoped it was. As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure he decided
No,
was
I mean,
for
I
all.
wanted to. I was going to
Stanley
at first,
touched the
Ginger,
bucket
but
tightly
then I
closed. This
made a
was not
small
connected
vote in
to
my
the meeting
chat
room,
saying,
but
should I
Stanley
do
had
it or
felt the
not?
bucket calling to
And
him,
the result
telling
was
him
no,
that the
so...
employee lounge was simply the place to
So I
be.
didn't do the baby ending,
And here it
which, you know,
was.
would have
Had the
been...
bucket turned out to be correct.
We would have been close to
No,
like
never
8
mind.
hours here.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the...
Oh, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it, but there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke,
they're literally
start by
The
stating and
Simpsons.
spelling
The
your
characters
name.
are like The Simpsons.
Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
Tell me about it, Ginger. It's an entire mindfuck. This game is a huge mindfuck overall.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals
What about the
of proper
narrative
comedic
contradiction,
timing are
game?
still as
What
relevant
happened to
today
that?
as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back. I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Okay.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone.
But you said go left!
Look at the instructional video.
You told me to go
all
left!
Covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud? Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open
go
doors,
to the right.
They entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors.
No, it doesn't!
What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame.
Well, I'm not surprised about that,
Pale.
Ginger.
What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
And that's the comedic timing. And that's the comedic timing ending. Figlies! Time to get the last Stanley figure. Ah, finally!
All of his co-workers were gone.
Whiteboard ending!
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today?
Oh, I'm not meant to pick up the bucket. Whoops! Whoopsie! I got too excited there because we finally got the whiteboard ending. Imagine if we come back to the blue office again. Now that would be funny. No. Oh, you guys want a bit of an Easter egg? Well, I've got one.
Now this, Stanley thought to himself, this is a bucket. And indeed it was.
Hey Stanley, it's me. Just calling to let you know that you left your bucket at home.
Yes, Professor.
Silly. It's okay. I'm off to pick up groceries soon, so I could swing by your work and drop the bucket off at... Oh, wait a minute. This isn't your bucket. Wait, whose bucket is this?
Hmm?
Well, if it doesn't belong to anyone else, I guess I could just, keep it. Yeah, I'd really like to hang out with this bucket for a while. Oh, sorry, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, have a nice day at work. I'll be here at home with my bucket. Bye, Stanley.
Yeah. That happened. Sorry, pardon me, everyone. Sometimes I feel like there's a spot or something, but then I realize it's just my hair. Yeah, no, hair's fine.
All of his
Okay, don't pick up the bucket.
What
We
could
need
it
to pick
mean?
up the last Stanley figure.
Decided to go to the meeting
Sorry,
room.
the last
Perhaps he has
Figley.
simply missed a memo.
Oh, now we get the longest hallway.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Right, so now we begin the game again. Something's a bit odd, isn't it? Well, let's go.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those Figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one.
Yep, another ending.
Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
No.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
When Stanley found the collectibles. I'm going to do this ending twice because I want to pick up every single figurine, every single Figley. We can't go through this door, can we?
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain?
How could we know for certain?
We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Yes, you can go beyond 6.
And here was the second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Don't worry about that.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms
we know
was
it's the boss's
room you
office.
found your third mini stand? Can you remember? Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, behind the boss's office. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
No.
Well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
We were never here, narrator. But whatever. Whatever you say. Even if you're wrong.
This was the 5th mini-stand, and this one was really
You can't fall
special.
off, by the way.
It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh god, this video. Throwback to the many years ago, back when these sort of videos went about on YouTube. I have not seen this version of this, by the way. The text looks the same so far. Oh my god. Oh, this is a cringy. This is cringy.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else. And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Doesn't matter which door we go through.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present
Inception.
moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Aye, narrator. Aye.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more.
Again, I'm gonna start from the beginning again, because I want to collect every possible... I want to collect every single figure.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
I do.
Yes, I love that video.
And then room that we never been to before.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
But we never been here before, narrator! Don't you bloody remember? No, of course not.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
You sure? Two more to collect. And then we have to start from the beginning. Because we need to go
This
to the
was our
left.
second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes.
Sorry,
I
we need to go to the
remember
right
too.
and answer the question
past is truly
incorrectly.
a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Keep going.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
So we got 18. Now we're going to start from the beginning. This is so we can go to the opposite direction of the question. Because there are 2 more Figleys to collect.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
I don't like that. I really do not like that. I'm really scared now.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those Figlers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
I hope we don't get
Filling to
stuck
the brim
in this
with
ending
inner
like
richness?
before.
Yes,
When I
know
first
we're
played
supposed to be
this.
telling a story,
If that
but
happens,
won't
I
you
have to
please
basically
indulge me
exit and
with
start
one
the
more
game
trip
again.
back to the
Which is something I need to do
I would
anyway
love
for the
nothing more than
epilogue.
to revisit the figurines just one more time.
Is there none here? I thought there... So there really is no Figley back here. Nothing collectible. No. Okay. If you say so. Alright, anyway. So now we go through the same thing again, but this time we go to the right. Pick up the one that's down the stairs.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley. And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
And now we go to the right.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember? No. Under the stairs was the 4th place you found a Figanley, not the 3rd. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If under the stairs feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments? Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
No, we
Well,
didn't.
I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened. This was the 5th mini-stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember
Oh
it so
dear, here we go. Video
In
time
fact,
again.
Because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy. Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Okay.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Am I stuck? Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm stuck. Sorry, everyone. We're gonna have to turn off the game and back on now. There was, even with a slight change in the order, I think it's because the narrator's voice line was, I think because the narrator said one of his, one of his lines when I went back to the office. I think that's why it got bugged. But either way, we need to restart the game. We need to reload the game again anyway here because it's for the epilogue. So we're still doing what's intended, but yeah, I just don't like that. Now it says we can put in my favorite time next time round. We should be, again. Yep.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those Figleys. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines just one more time.
Well, I guess this is what happens when there's a bug and such in the game. Just gonna have to adapt. Oh yeah, let's also put this on charge so it doesn't die on us. No one knows, Elite. No one knows.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
If it makes you feel better, then fine.
And
But if it
here
makes you feel
was a
better, at
second
least, Fang, then
Marine.
okay.
You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6.
Anyway,
but you continue to surprise
we've
me
got 3
in
more
all sorts
endings
of
left to finish
mundane,
this.
unremarkable ways.
You've missed out some great bucket endings, Elite, sadly.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your 3rd mini-Stan? Can you remember? No. Under the stairs was the 4th place you found a Figanley, not the 3rd. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If under the stairs feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments?
I might highlight this stream, showcasing all of the 46 endings.
Let's see.
All the
What
endings
came
I
next?
found.
Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
No, we
Oh,
didn't.
Well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room.
Because we
but it's
never
here in
been
the memory
here.
Zone, so it must have happened.
It didn't happen, narrator. Your memory is messed up. Oh, Elite, you'll love this.
This was
Elite
the
fan,
5th
you'll love
mini-Stan,
this.
And this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse.
The
I
5th
remember
one you
it so
find.
clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
A throwback to the good old days of YouTube videos.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
8 minutes. Interesting how he mentions the number 8. And that you can't fall off there, by the way. He mentions the number 8 there specifically. I wonder why.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
You are in the present.
There was no more. Because
TV
we caught
Ception.
up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
The past.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
Yes, I love that video. Is it because you made it? Speedrun on endings. Who knows? I'm not gonna say no. It could be. I could. It's always a possibility. Okay. Anyway.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Okay.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
There we go. We're on 20. No, you can't go through this way. Because as you can see, it's blocked off.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember.
I already picked up the Figleys
The
here
past
first
is
time round.
truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlerines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
I wonder. What's over here? Nope, nothing. Now, what's to the left?
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now.
You what?
Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
And what?
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling this story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay, that's the Figley endings. That's the Figley's ending. Three more endings left.
This... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Finally, yes, the bucket. Yes, yes, yes. I love that bucket.
Okay, so this is where we need to quit and go back to the main menu. Because... Is the epilogue open? No, it's not. Basically, we need to exit the game and start it up again. Wow! Oh! 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 Excuse me. Yeah, the atrium ending. We can enter our own time now. I'm gonna enter 427, because why not? Next time you boot up the game. So we need to boot it up again. Alright, the new sliders. Yes, I did. The 5 became 6 before 9. Really? Oh, really? I didn't know that. But I don't think it matters. Okay, we should have the epilogue open now. And if the epilogue is open... Yes, epilogue. But before we do that, I should be able to go through the new content area. Should be able to get through the new content area. Hopefully. If not, doesn't matter. We'll just do the epilogue first.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Odd. Okay, so we have to do the epilogue first. We'll just pretend new content bucket is epilogue. I can fix that in the names. Many, many years later. Okay. We can pick up the bucket there, but it does nothing for the epilogue. Now the memory says the Stanley Parable 2. Why would that be? Oh look, it's the gym buttons.
Jim, Jim, Jim. Jim, Jim, Jim. Jim, 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 Jim.
Oh?
Stanley. Stanley.
It says Stanley. Oh look, the fig leaves. And there you go, 28 Stanley fig, 28 fig leaves. That's how I got 28. By redoing the fig leaves ending before actually completing it. Hello again. It's nice to see you. There'll never be another Stanley Parable game. Stanley Parable 3. Okay, a new kind of... Sorry. A door to... hole. A door to hole. Advance the number of the sequel by 1. That's important. Let's do it. We don't need to worry about entering the time and slider anymore. And that is the epilogue ending. I know, name is different, but please ignore that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a...
One man, one bucket, one chance to seize their destiny.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
We're effectively now making a paradox.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Like, we've seen this already, and we even have the bucket. The narrator is going to pick up on that in a minute.
With the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Wait, Stanley. I've just now realized. That bucket you're holding, it's the bucket I've been working on for my sequel. How did you get your hands on it? Isn't this the preview to the sequel? How do you have the bucket already?
Yep.
This makes no sense.
Again, it's a paradox, all of this now.
Hold on. Did I already show you my ideas for the sequel? I don't remember doing that at all. You're seeing things all out of order. All right, let's see, it's the jump circle?
Nothing else? No. Okay.
The infinite hole, the giant door, did you see them already?
Yeah.
Stanley, none of them are ready yet. I'm still developing them. They're not even close to finished. How did they look when you saw them? Were they captivating? Were they exciting? Did they fulfill on the promise of everything that a sequel to Stanley Parable could possibly be? Had I figured out how the hell to make a sequel to this game?
It's quite curious that there's a railing here.
Wait, if you're still carrying the bucket around with you, if the bucket is interesting to you, that means I must have made it correctly. Yes, you carrying the bucket with you everywhere is exactly what I set out to accomplish. The bucket is the exciting and captivating new content that I promised. I did it! I win! I made a sequel to the Stanley Parable! Yes, the sign is correct. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Thank you for taking the bucket everywhere with you, clinging tightly to the bucket, never letting it go. It means I've won. It means I am victorious over the gamers. It is a sweet salve of victory on my soul. Thank you for enjoying the new content. The bucket is the Stanley Parable now. They are one and the same. There is no Stanley Parable without the bucket. I win, 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 I win.
And that's the new content bucket ending. Okay, one final ending to complete. The 8 ending. Now to do that, we just need to keep booting up the game until we get to the Stanley Parable 8. It's either me or the paperwork. Five. The end is never. The end is never the thank you. Three more times. Attack on 427.
Yeah, well, I just thought that
We're almost there, everyone. We're almost there. More explosion.
Yeah, well, I just thought that
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to get the last ending. The 8 ending. Unforgivable chemicals. And here we are. That's all the endings.
Hold on. What's this?
8. 8. 8. 8.
The Stanley
8.
Parable 8?
8.
No. This doesn't look right at all.
8.
The Stanley Parable
8.
takes place in an
8.
office building. There are doors and branching
8.
paths.
8.
This is just a button
8.
that says 8.
8.
Where did the
8.
Stanley Parable go?
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
I'm looking around and I really can't find the game anywhere. No boss's office or mind control facility or any of that. Literally just this 8 button. And what's worse is that you seem to be having a better time with this nonsense game than with the story I wrote for you. I'm actually a little insulted.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
Well, I don't know what happened to the Stanley Parable or what the 8 button is, but apparently you're having a riveting time with it. And frankly, I don't even want to pander to someone who finds this enjoyable. So with that, I guess just go ahead and enjoy the Stanley Parable 8.
8. 8. 8.